Jeffrey Guterman with the Strat-O-Matic network, and I'm setting up this game. It's September 21 in our 1969 replay. And, oh, Lord, I tell you, if you only knew, maybe some of you do, what it feels like to wake up feeling rotten in your gut. And how hard it is to get yourself out of bed. But I'm up and I've got coffee and I'm gonna actually do a setup here. So it's gonna be kind of quiet for a little bit as I set this game up. Some of you may get off on watching me set up a game, how I do it. And look, everyone's got their own kinks, right? Let's see who's pitching. It's going to be Meyer for Seattle and Chance for Minnesota. Meyer has won 3. And Dean Chance has won 6. He was hurt for much of the year. We'll throw in our lineups now. Oh, God almighty. Let's throw in our lineups here. Then we set them up. So we got that set. Now we'll pull our teams out. This is a relatively meaningless ball game, as I think you could imagine. The Twins have already clinched the American League West. The only point of interest for some people might be that the Seattle Pilots are in 5th place with a 2.5 game lead over Kansas City, which would be a bit of a switch. Kansas City is really not doing as well. I think Kansas City came in 4th, Chicago 5th, and Seattle in last. But it's really not much of a... It's just a game. Let's pull out our teams. Soda in Seattle. Pull out Seattle here. Let's set up the lineup for Seattle here. Harper. Sure. I'd be surprised how suddenly the game is all set to play. Here's Bob Meyer, the pitcher. Not bad. Only 33 innings pitched. Decent ERA, 3.31, 0-3. He's won 3 already, though. That's something, huh? You may be wondering, why are you playing when you are so depressed and anxious? And the answer is because if I don't do something to keep myself occupied, I don't know what I'll do. Just wallow. Takes a while to set these games up, you know, when you think about it. Look at that, he's an E76. That's like an average of an error every other game, every 2 games. And that's really, really bad. Really bad. Jim Cott pitched in relief in this game, huh? Interesting. I'll check out who won, what the score was of this game in real world. Let me do it now. If I don't do it now, I might forget. God. It was 4-3 Pilots. Okay. Allison. Hey, good morning, Demos. Good morning. Nice to see you. I always like the name Mitterwald for a catcher. You know that? As a kid, I used to think that was a cool name. Chance of 1 card. I am just, in case you're wondering, setting this up actually before we're ready. Nothing else to do, and some people get off on it. It's like Strat-O-Matic porn, if you know what I'm saying. And like I said to many people here already, so depressed and anxious, but got to do something or else I'll just wallow and feel worse. So if this is it, if this is what the opportunity I have, then this so be it. We have Meyer with a -3 hold, along with McNerney. +1 makes him a -2 hold quotient. And Chance a +9. What's with that? Mitterwald -1. He'll be a +5 max. You know, I wonder if they would. Oh, I meant good morning Demos, not God. That was an error of omission. What is up with that? I mean, you see a chance with a +9, even like the best fielder, there will be no wallowing. This is a wallow-free zone. There you go. Wallow. I mispronounced it already. Miswrote it. Thank you for the encouragement. No wallowing here. And there's your game. I mean, look at him. He's a +9 hold. That means that he's automatically +5 unless you have, I guess, if you have a -5 arm. I think bench was -4, maybe in his prime he was -5. Then he could become a +4. But boy, he must have some chance. He must have some sort of thing going on there. I'm going to go through the lineups. Meyer is a left-hander, and Chance is a right-hander for our clubs today. And I'm going to go through our opening lineups here for you. In just a moment. I appreciate you all being here. This is really the only contact I have with the outside world other than people in everyday business, of everyday interactions in the world. We are in Minnesota. On this date, the Twins had a 10-game lead, so they had essentially almost clinched. They were 91-61, so they're really doing much better. Much better. The attendance is a whopping 15,443. This was a day game on a Sunday. Not a great crowd for a team that is winning the division, but I guess that's the way it goes. I guess it might have had to do with it being a it's sort of at the end of the season, and let's look at our opening lineups. For the Seattle Pilots, leading off is Tommy Harper. He's at third base. Steve Whitaker bats second. He is in right. Danny Walton, the youngster, in left field. Steve Hovley in center, Don Mincher at first, McNerney the catcher, Donaldson at second, Kennedy at short, and Bob Moyer starting. He's 1-3 on the season. He's got a -2 quotient. For the American League West champion Minnesota Twins, it's Cesar Tovar in center field leading off, Rod Carew at second, Harmon Killebrew at first, Tony Oliva in right, Bobby Allison in left, Rick Rennick at third, Mitterwald the catcher, Cardenas at short, and Dean Chance, the pitcher, who has won 6 on the year. He was 5-4 in real world. He's already won 6. Only had 15 starts. Well, 106, that's 151. I got 11 games left, Minnesota. And now that we have the lineups all set up here, we're just going to wait for the Minnesota Twins to take the field. It's going to be a few minutes. And during that time, I'm going to get myself together, have my second cup of coffee. And in just a few minutes, I will be back to begin this ball game. My name's Jeffrey Guterman. This is the Strat-O-Matic Network. And we have a question from Kathy Harden, which will be the top of the first. Can it wait till I get back? Can we wait and highlight it upon my return in just a few minutes? Kathy Harden, I'm sure you're so accommodating. My God. Thanks for the stat demos. I'll be right back. Isn't that something? Nice look up there. 12 out of 13 times when Chance was pitching. Watch out for Harper if he gets on base. But again, the max is +5. Thank you, Kathy. You're all so nice. You're all so kind to me. I'll be back. Good morning, Bill, and thank you for being here. Thank you so much. We're going to start off with a question here on the top of the first. From Kathy Harden. And here it is. In order to prove that they were not used for gambling in 1976, Wizard was brought into court in New York City to play this machine, which Mayor LaGuardia outlawed in 1942 in public places. Can you guess? Ah. Oh, it's a great guess by Bill Ivamy. God, Bill. How do you know all this shit? Bill got it. And it's a super question. Pinball Wizard. Was it 1976 though? Oh, okay. So I guess it came up later. That was a super question. And one that warrants a red mic. That's a mic. That's not an Ike. And that's for both Kathy and Bill Ivamy. Thank you, Kathy. Keep them coming. And we are in Minnesota, and the Minnesota Twins take the field. There's Dean Chance on the mound, taking his warm-ups, catching him as Mitterwald, setting up the infield, Killebrew at first, Carew at second, Rennick at third, Cardenas at short. And in the outfield, it's Allison in left, Tovar in center, and Tony Oliva in right field. And Kathy Harden is for the Twins. The Twins' goal is not to have anybody get hurt. I would say that's the goal. And to keep players playing and not overusing pitchers and keeping rotation and all that kind of stuff. They have actually performed quite a bit better than they did actually in the real world. If you take a look at our current standings, they are actually a game ahead of Baltimore. 2 in the loss column. They've won 3 in a row, and it makes you wonder: are they just as good as Baltimore? And the playoff tickets have already been printed. Chance throws the last of his warm-ups here. And leading it off for the Seattle Pilots is Tommy Harper. Harper steps into the batter's box. What the hell is that? So much shit around here. Okay, Chance is ready now. He gets the sign from Mitterwald. Here's the wind-up. And the pitch to Harper. That's going to be a 6-10 right-handed grounder to third X. That'll be Rennick, a 444. That might be a challenge for Rick. And we've got a question top of the third. Beautiful. You keep them coming, Kathy, and we'll try to answer them. There's Rennick, a 444. He gets it on a G3 grounder. Now let's see if he can hold on to it. 6-10-11 on an E44. Look at that. No, he can't, as expected. That is an E1. It is a G3 E1. And he throws it and boots it, actually. And you hate to see that, because now that puts Harper on first. And if he gets a lead, Lord, you got to hold him. So he's being held. Two to 6, 11 and 12. He gets the lead. He's a 1 to 19. Look at this. 1 to 24. 1 to 22, 1 to 19. With a lead. And he's going to go for the lead as Steve Whitaker steps into the box. Okay, here's Chance now from the stretch. That is a 12, and that means Harper will get the lead. So he's being held with a lead. And again, he's a 1 to 19, 1 to 24, and one to 22, and 1 to 19 is max. And here's Whitaker at the plate. Now it's chance from the stretch. And the pitch to Whitaker. There goes Harper. And he is safe. So Harper steals second base. With his stolen base here, now he's in scoring position. See what happened there? Demos, like we said, 12 out of, I think you said 12 out of 13. Stole on him. "12 out of 13 attempts. And he only pitched 88 innings. That's a lot of I think that's a lot of stolen bases. Here's Whitaker now. Left-handed hitter. A deep bunter. Oh. Okay, here's chance now from the stretch with Harper on second. And the pitch to Whitaker. That's 3-6 right-handed. That's going to be a base hit to left. This might score Harper. Harper rounding third. Allison a +1. That doesn't help. 1 to 17. 1 to 18. And actually, it's a +1 because he's not being held at second. Got to say so on a new base. They'll let him score. Holding Whitaker. And the Pilots are out to a 1-0 lead here. Very simple. Now Whitaker is on first. A 1 to 20. 1 to 25. If he gets the lead, he's a 1 to 20. 1 to 19. And also note that if he doesn't get the lead, he's a 1 to 6, 1 to 11, 1 to 6. So they're not going to hold Whitaker here, but Whitaker's going to try for the lead. It's a very, very simple kind of thing where when you're doing solo, you've got to think first as defense, would you hold Whitaker when his chance for a lead is a 3? I don't think so. So we're not going to hold him. He's going to try for the lead, and he's not going to get it. Oh, he almost gets it. So Whitaker is on first with no outs here. This is the problem. Dean Chance allowed Harper, got on the error by Rennick, stole second, came home on the base hit by Whitaker, and Danny Walton comes to the plate. Our next game, by the way, is the Philadelphia Phillies at the Montreal Expos. Now, some of you may say that is a snoozer, and it is, but it might be an interesting snoozer because they're battling for 5th place. And the Phillies have come around. They've won 3 in a row. Expos have lost 6 in a row. And they have a 2-game lead over Montreal, 3 in the loss column. So they have a 2-game lead over them. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 2-game lead. We're just underway here in Minnesota. By the way, if anybody's interested, pitching in that game will be Bill Champion for the Phillies and Jerry Robertson for the Expos. And we're so glad to have you here on this Friday morning, last day of May. Here's Danny Walton now. Dean Chance not being held. And the pitch to Walton. That's a 210 right-handed. Oh my. It's hit well into the gap. Oh my. It's dropping and rolling to the wall. Whitaker will score, and Walton slides into third with a triple. And he didn't even need to slide. But that's a good thing to do. Look at this. The Pilots out to a quick start here. A triple by Danny Walton. I bet you he had 1 all season. He had 2. So Danny Walton on a 210 right-handed. Home run 1 to 3. It was a 6. And it was a huge triple to bring home Whitaker. And now here's Steve Hovley to come to the plate. Hovley, a left-handed hitter. 2-0 Seattle here. Here's Chance now. The pitch to Hovley. That's 2-9. He flies it to left. There's a chance there for Walton to tag. Allison is a +1, Walton plus minus 1 to 12, 1 to 13. And they're going to send him home. They're going to be daring here. Here's the throw from Allison, 1-13. And Walton is safe. And that's the third run. First out by Dean Chance. And again, it was a 2-9 right-handed, fly ball left B question mark, and Walton came home and was safe easily. Not a very good throw by Allison. Well, the good news for Dean Chance and the Twins is that there's one out and nobody on. And Don Mincher is the batter. Wow. Great stat demos. He stole third too. You know, demos, that's one thing I have not bothered to do, is to look up how Super Advanced deals with trying to steal third. I guess I could look it up. I just have put that off because I rarely do it, if ever. I don't think I think I might have tried it once or twice in my life. I imagine it's just I guess it's just oh yeah, Justin, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I guess you could say I'm getting excited. David, it's a ways off. It's about 115 games, which is roughly, if I'm able to play a game a day, it's about 4 months from now. And sure. So one out, nobody on. Here's Mincher now. Automated steals. Are you talking about games other than Strat-O-Matic there, Justin? Okay, here's Chance now, facing Mincher. He's already allowed 3 runs. That's a 4-9. Left-handed. There's a base hit to left. So Chance really having problems. Oh, other games. Yeah, right. Other games. 4-9 left-handed. Base hit to left, thrown in by Allison, and all of a sudden there's action in the Twins bullpen. Karl ended up pitching 3 innings in relief. And I think now is as good a time to get him up and warming. He's been hurt a bit, and he's used him in relief. So Cott is warming, the left-hander. Here's McNerney now, with Mincher on. Look at Mincher, a 1 to 15, 1 to 20, 1 to 18, but he's got an 8 and 9. He'll be held. Tomorrow at noon. Yes, Saturday. It's not a cheap plug. We welcome it. It's a community. Tomorrow at noon Eastern, I assume. Game of the week, NBC. Phillies at the Giants with Marichal. So Mincher on first with 1 out being held, and here's McNerney now. He's an A bunter. Here's Chance. And the pitch to McNerney. That's 410 right-handed, flies it to center X. That's for Tovar at 2-8. He should be able to get to that. Oh, 3-2. That's a base hit, an S2 base hit. They can't do anything right. 6-12-13, E8. And you see the crease there. We're going to double check on that. We have a I guess this was before it got worse. E8, 6-12-13. That's a 15. So he's going to get that. That's going to be an S2 base hit. Clean. Sending Mincher to third. And there is still only 1 out. There is the pitching coach is coming out to talk to Dean Chance. Billy Martin hates pitchers. He hates all pitchers. So he has no interest in coming out. The pitching coach is coming out to talk to Chance here. Chance in trouble, 5 runs, and he's reached fatigue and is replaceable, knocked out in the first. Sometimes I even do that with 4 runs. It's discretion. So all of you try to be there tomorrow. I think I'm going to try to do that tomorrow at noon Eastern to watch Demo's games. They're always entertaining and educative too, watching him play Strat-O-Matic Super Advanced. Wow, isn't that a coincidence, David? But did you pull him? And here is John Donaldson now. Three runs in here for the Pilots here in the top of the first. He's out for nearly 3 weeks, but wait a minute. Oh, do you follow the exact lineups like I do, David? So thereby, your injuries are really built in. But that's interesting that you were able to go beyond that. And pull him right then and there. Whereas the way I do it, I may not do that because I may not have known. Granted, if he's out for 3 weeks, that's funny stuff there, Justin. Trying to make me feel better by cutting jokes. Oh boy, we're still here in the first and third with one out. Okay, they're going to keep him in. Here's Donaldson now. The infield is back for the double play. Yes, you do, David. Okay. Here's Dean Chance. And the pitch to Donaldson. Infield is back. That's 6-4 left-handed. Grounds to short X. This could be it, Leo. A 233. Let's see if he can end this nightmare of an inning. On a 6-4 left-handed. Again, Cardenas a 233. .233, 14-2. It is a G1. This could be a double, an inning-ending double, but he is a 33. Watch out. 6-10-12. And it is going to be a G1, a clean G1, first and third double play. So finally a break there for the Twins to double up McNertney on the ground ball, Leo. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks for the Twins. 3 runs. We're going to call them all earned. On an error. It all started on the error. And that was an inning from a very, very, very rough inning for Minnesota. And out comes Bob Meyer, a left-hander, and he's very tough against left-handers. Carew, Oliva are the only left-handers in the lineup. Meyer taking his warm-ups for Seattle. Catching him is McNerney. The infield, Mincher at first, Donaldson at second, Harper at third, Kennedy at short. I think Euler had another tough drinking night and is unable to play. I'm not making fun of substance misuse, it's just a medical issue. And in the outfield, it's Walton in left, Hovley in center, and Whitaker in right. Meyer opens up with a 3-0 lead here. And here is Cesar Tovar to lead it off. So the Twins have their work cut out for them, as Tovar steps into the batter's box. Remember, we have a question from Kathy, top of the third. Seems like a long ways from now at the rate things are going here. Okay. Meyer is ready now. Here's the pitch to Tovar. 3-6 left-handed, and that's a grounder to short. And that's fielded beautifully by John Kennedy. And he throws it over to Mincher, and that's 1 out. Some of you may have heard that, speaking of the other John Kennedy, that his father was thinking of buying him the Brooklyn Dodgers. This was pre-war. I don't know if it was pre-war. I think it was pre-war. And they were also thinking of buying the brothers. Were thinking of going in together and buying another team. I forgot which one it was. I'd have to look it up. I don't want to guess. It might have been a baseball team or even a football team. Something tells me it was a football team. They were thinking of doing that. Think of how history might have turned out differently if that happened. Well, Tovar grounds out, and here's Rodney Carew. And this will be lefty-lefty here. Rodney Carew. Here's Meyer now. He gets the sign from McNerney, the windup, and the pitch to Rodney. That's a 6-8 left-handed fly ball left. You're going to land on Meyer's card, and I don't care who you are. The best you're going to do is walk, and that's rare. This is a fly ball to left field. Under it is the youngster Danny Walton, and he makes the catch, 2 outs. It was a 6-8. Rodney left-handed. 2 away here. And here comes the big man. I could call him the big man, but he wasn't that tall. People don't realize that. I don't know what he was, 5'11"? Maybe someone can help me out here. He was big boned. He was he was just a great hitter, but he was hardly a tall man. He doesn't make the earth move when he steps out, because, you know, he's just not that big. He's not like a Boo Pal or of course, a big man Frank Howard. But nevertheless, he's got the power. And he was most valuable player this year. He was most valuable player. Look at that, 140 runs batted in. He only struck out, I say only, 84 times. He walked 145, and he had an on-base percentage of .427. So here's Killebrew with 2 outs, nobody on. Meyer. Yeah. Well, there are so many ways. Thank you, David. I'm a lousy patient. I am a resistant patient. I'm more than down, David. I am what we would call clinically, majorly depressed. I was in the field, and it happens to even, we're prone to it. And it's a combination of genetics and personality, and it's always something for me. Here's Killebrew now. Did I roll on Killebrew? I don't think so. I had that 6-8, I just got distracted. 6-8 left-handed was the fly ball to left. Yeah, no, that's a good one. No, yeah, no, you got that one, Demos. That, it might give me a temporary, you know, chuckle. Yeah, that 6-8 was the fly ball to left for Carew. Here's Harmon now. Yeah. And the funny thing about that anagram of Spiro Agnew is it's true. Okay, here's Meyer now, trying to do a 1-2-3. And the pitch to Killebrew. That's 310 against the left-hander. Oh my, home run 1. And he flies it to left deep at the warning track. Danny Walton makes the catch. It's a 1-2-3 inning. A 310 against the left-hander. You can see he may not be as effective against left-handers. Yeah, no, he's not. Home run 1, fly ball left, that's going to be the side. Sometimes that's because they're just less used to it. Even if you're a right-hander, you're just less used to it. It's 1-2-3 for Bob Meyer. And we've gone 1. And it's Seattle 3, Minnesota nothing. Well, out comes Chance, and we'll see if there is a chance to stay in this ball game after he allowed 3 runs in the first. And leading it off will be John Kennedy. I believe Kennedy was acquired from the Dodgers in the draft, the 68 draft for expansion. I could be wrong. You know, that's why I would never die from my beliefs, because I could be wrong, as I have been so often. You know, that expression, I guess it's a bit of hyperbole, you know. I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it. But, I mean, I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would defend someone's right to say what they want to say with my life. Let them say it. If someone's going to try to stop them and kill them because they're saying it, I'm not getting involved. I want to say stay out of that. But here's Chance now. Let's see if Chance can refresh here. Kennedy at the plate. Chance, the windup, and the pitch to Kennedy now. That is a 6-8 right-handed. He grounds it to first, and Killebrew has it, and Chance will cover the bag. So that's refreshing for Dean Chance to retire the leadoff hitter. Oh, a cash deal before the season. Leave it to Bill Ivamy. But I do believe that he was with the Dodgers at some point. I don't know when. So Kennedy is retired, and here's Bob Meyer now, the pitcher. He's a 1WR. This is what you call a slow ball version of Strat-O-Matic. You looked it up. Well, you know, you've learned how to learn. You know, people sometimes they'll ask a question. I used to, he was with the 65 Dodgers, yeah. I was gonna say, you know, sometimes like on Twitter, X, formerly Twitter, I would post a picture, a historical Twitter, and someone would say, "Who is this?" And I don't have the strength anymore to be annoyed by that. Kathy hypnotized me, or what I should say is she gave me a hypnotic suggestion: don't feed the trolls. But, you know, in this day and age, to say, who is this? when you can look it up. Of course, we banter here and ask questions of each other. So I could be hypocritical. Okay, Meyer is a right-handed hitter. He's a 1 WR chance. The windup and the pitch to Meyer. That is a 6-5 right-handed, grounds it to short X. That is going to be for Leo again. 6-5 shortstop X. On the right-hander. Leo at 233. uh, 17, 17-2G1. E33. That's a pretty chunky number there. Uh-oh, that's high. 12-16. Oh my. But he hits a 2-base error. Whoa, on a 6-12-16 E33. So it's going to be a G1 E2. And that's a 2-base error, and that's the second error for the first place Twins. Did he have a... Oh, for a pitcher, Bill. That's humorous. That's... Oh, you're trying to make me feel better, huh? There's the second error for the Twins there. It was a grounder to Leo. He shouldn't have thrown it. He really had no chance. It looked like it might be. I don't know how you would play that, but I'm going to say that he fielded it cleanly. It was not an infield hit, and he threw it away. And looking at 1965, whoops. Threw into the box seats. He hit 171 in 105 at-bats on the Dodgers. He also played on the, playing on the 67 Yankees. That was one of the worst, after the 64 dynasty, after the dynasty ended in 64, 65, 66, then 67, I think, was just the pits. I'm not sure which was their worst year in the 60s. But they started to I think they got a little better in 68. And then 69 was an improved team. And then, of course, in 70, they won. 90 games and came in second place. So, we see that a John Kennedy, who, to me, I gotta tell you folks, I want to tell you, I will never get used to his being assassinated. Okay? To this day. to this day, to me, it is, you could argue what the most momentous historical events. And after this inning, by the way, we have a question from Kathy. You could talk about the most momentous historical events in history, in our lifetimes, American history. I mean, if I answer the question independent of my own opinion, I suppose that the turning point was the U.S. Civil War. Of course, if there was no revolution in the 18th century, there wouldn't have been a country. But the Civil War was just, I watch a lot of Civil War documentaries, and just the idea that he was assassinated. I mean, I don't even want to get started with it right now. So let's get back to our ball game here. As Tommy Harper comes to the plate. It's Meyer, the pitcher, who reached second on the two-base error thrown into the box seats by Cardenas. Okay, chance from the stretch. Another error. Let's see if he can get out of this. Here's the pitch to Harper now, who reached on an error. 112 right-handed. He struck him out. That was a big strikeout as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about you. And that's the first strikeout by Dean Chance. Some of you may be saying, well, Jeff, why are you so slow? Why are you playing this game so slowly? Well, first of all, it's stressful for me to try to push it. Secondly, this is my life. Okay, Strat-O-Matic is my only respite from life. Sometimes I'm afraid to finish games, because what then? I'd be all alone here. Here's Whitaker now. So I take my time here. And I don't want to tell you how to experience my games, but I have some suggestions as ambiance. Savor it, baby, savor. Yeah, savor. Savor indeed. So Meyer on second in scoring position. This will be a clutch situation for Steve Whitaker. A chance. He singled in the first and scored. Scored on the triple by Walton. Here's Chance now, trying to get a chance to redeem himself after that 3-run first. Here's the pitch to Whitaker. That's going to be 4-11, left-handed, fly ball left X. Lord, that's Allison. Look at him, a 4-8. Isn't that ugly? The 8 is fine. The 411 fly ball left to Allison. And Allison, again, part of that 65 championship team, was hurt much of this year. A 4-8, this is big here. Four eight, oh, 4-4 double. Oh Lord, whatever will be, will be. It's a D2. And look at that, 6-12-18. Jesus. 6-12-18, Allison and E8. And that'll be a 3. Look at that. E3. D2 E3. He's gotta come home, I bet. D2 E3, double and an error batter, and all runners score. Oh Lord. A double and an error by Allison. Myers scores unearned. Whitaker scores. I don't know if it's earned. That's a that's a bad. Even the batter scored on a double E3. God almighty, I've never seen that before. 6-12-18. It was a D2. Double and an error. The batter and all runners score, because that is a 3-base error, hypothetically. And with 2 outs, they're going to let him pitch to Walton. That's unearned. I'm not sure that is earned. I'm really not sure. I'm not an expert on that, and nor do I worry too much about that. But believe it or not, Billy Martin hates pitchers, and he's going to let Chance try to get the 3rd out here. Some of you may say, well, what are you doing, Jeff? I'm just doing whatever I damn well please. It's 5-0 here. And here's Danny Walton, the youngster, who tripled and scored in the 1st. Okay, Chance. And the pitch to Walton. 3-6, and he struck him out. And that will retire the side. 2 strikeouts for Chance, 2 more runs. But I wouldn't call him out yet. You know, you'd be surprised. It's 5-0. That's the 3rd error, by the way, for Minnesota. Remember, we have a question top of the 3rd after this inning. But you know, we were talking about savor. We've been going so slow here. I'm gonna be taking a break for about 2 or 3 minutes just to get some fresh air. There's no run batted in. I guess there's a run. I guess that would be a run batted in. But I'm not worried about it. Uh, I'm gonna take a break for about 2 or 3 minutes. That's really weird. The Whitaker, it's almost like an inside the park, not home run, but an inside the park four-bagger on that play with the two-base error, three-base error. God knows what he did to that ball uh, once he got to it. He must have thrown it, and God knows what happened to it. It's 5-0. And I'm going to take a little break. Remember, we have a question from Kathy here, top of after this inning here. And I will be back in just a few minutes. I'm Jeffrey Guterman. This is the Strat-O-Matic Network, and it is 5-0 Seattle in the middle of the second. All right, we're back. Oh. And look who it is. It's Bob Meyer, who retired the side in order in the second. And I want to thank you all again for being here. He'll face Oliva, Allison, and Rennick here in the bottom of the second. And remember, we have a question top of the third from Kathy. Here's Oliva now. Meyer is ready. Here's the pitch to Oliva. Again, you get on Meyer's card, you're in trouble, but that's a 2-9 grounded back to Meyer. And he throws it to Mincher. And that's 4 in a row in this game for Meyer. A 2-9 left-handed. And here's Bobby Allison. Allison with that incredible blunder out in left field last inning. Allison is stepping out. He's getting a new bat. I don't know what that's going to do for him, but he is going out and picking out a new bat now. Okay, here's Allison. Now he has power against left-handers. Here's two Bobs at it. Meyer and Allison. Allison at the plate. Meyer gets the sign from McNerney. And the pitch to Allison. Whoa, that fell down, and it counts. It's a 1. And I'm pretty damn sure, unless anyone wants to call for a replay, I'm pretty damn sure that thing, and there's a hair that came with that. Looks like a gray hair of mine. And it looks like there's a hair on this 3. Look at that. There's a hair on the there was a hairy roll. And it will be a 3-7 left-handed, and he walks him. So that's the first walk, first base runner for Minnesota. Allison is on. Look at him. 7, 8, 10 to 12, he's picked off. As David Demos would say. Went to 13, not being held. With that knowledge. It's not easy doing solitaire, super advanced stealing, but sometimes you gotta just, Sometimes I roll on a close one, but this one is not very close. There's a lot of reasons why Allison. Wait a minute, Allison, if not held, gets the lead. Whoa. And he'd be a 1-13. And a 1-11, they're still not going to hold him. So he has the lead. Okay. Good for him. Okay, he's got the lead. Allison now is a 1-15, 1-13. That's a borderline. 1-13. That is a borderline. So now we're going to roll. Sometimes you have to roll to see if 1, 2, and 3 he is being held. No, he's not being held. Okay, so he has a 1-13 chance. With one out, you see, it's not easy doing. Sometimes it's not easy. Doing the solo. I should say solitaire. It's live solitaire. The good news is that sometimes I call out for help from you, the viewer. You can become a participant observer and make suggestions to me. Allison has the lead not being held. You can make suggestions. A participant observer, which is a term which I learned from the field of anthropology, which refers to the idea that by observing a phenomenon or phenomena, you influence it. Now, that may or may not be true in many cases, but you can actively be a participant observer by making influences, direct influences, such as suggestions. Here's Rick Rennick now, with Allison on first. It took a while to figure that one out, but he's got the lead without a hold, which makes him a 1-13, which down by 5 I don't find very inviting. Here's Meyer now, pitching to Rennick, and the pitch. 5-6. Oh, there's a shot, a base hit. It was a 5-6 right-handed single with 2 asteroids. And Allison goes to third. So maybe the Twins have something going here in the bottom of the second. It's going to be Mitterwald. Here's Mitterwald now. First and third, one out. The infield is back. Meyer trying to get out of this. Here's Meyer. And the pitch. 6-2 right-handed. Oh my. That's hit deep. It's a ballpark blast. On a 6-2 right-handed, he's got the power. Let's check out Minnesota. I think that's a pretty spacious place. It is. He's a right-handed hitter, but that ball is gone. Mitterwald has just hit a 3-run home run to bring the, I guess to bring the Twins back into this ball game. George Mitterwald. Again, it was a 6-2 ballpark blast. And it's a 1-8. It was a 3. So it is now a 5-3 ball game. Mitterwald had 5 home runs and 187 at bats. And for Mitterwald, that's number 3. Guess that's sort of realistic. So Meyer allowing the 3-run home run. Now it's 1 out, nobody on. And here's Leo Cardenas. Okay, Meyer now. It's another frickin' hair. A lot of hairs. You know, when you get older, I guess they start falling out. And they don't grow back. Here's Meyer now. 5-3 ball game. Here's the pitch to Cardenas. That's going to be a 6-6 right-handed. There's a base hit to left. Whoa. So Leo singles. And there's going to be a hitter here for Dean Chance. We've given him a chance. Really. There'll be a hitter here. The Chance pitched 2 innings. I really just don't feel like letting him continue. He allowed 4 earned, 1 unearned, and it will be caught. As if he is a starting pitcher in a way. coming in, even though his endurance is 4. So Cott would be the new pitcher. It's only 1 out. With Cardenas on first, not being held, 1-11. That's a pretty much of a no-brainer. 1-11, even not being held with a lead, and he's got a 9 on a pickoff attempt, or I should say a lead getting picked off attempt. And let's see who's going to hit here. They're going to try to. They're bringing Cott in anyway because of the they just don't feel comfortable with him after his performance. My God. And they're looking to see, umpires asking for a batter. I have no call-ups. No call-ups. I got my share of people, but for Minnesota, I just don't have any call-ups, but just so happens. It looks to me they had a Frank Castro pinch hit. They had Eulander pinch hit and Reese pinch hit. Now Reese is going to pinch hit even though he's a left-hander. Okay? Even though he's a left-hander, he looks mighty fine against left-handers. Of course, if you land on Meyer's card, you're in trouble. So it's really a 50-50 chance here. So Reese will come in. There's really nobody else of substance. It's one reason why they have utility players. They have Tovar, Reese. When I say utility, people who can play, come in and out. And Tovar, Eulander, Reese. But they don't have the bench, quite the bench that Baltimore has. Here's Reese now. He can tie it up. He's got power if he lands on his own card. My Lord. 16 in 419. So you hope that if you're from Minnesota, that it lands on Reese's card. 4, 5, and 6, and you're just about out unless it's a walk. It's Cardenas on first, not being held with 1 out. 3 in, 5-3. Here's the pitch to Reese. It's on his card. Look at that, 6-7. But that's a grounder to second. And Donaldson is a 4. That's always an opportunity. Look at that. 6-7 left-handed. Donaldson 4. See if pilots can get their share of errors here. Get a little bit of error work going in there. Donaldson 424. Trying to get to that. That's a 10-4, and that's going to be a G3 pound. Infield is not in, and no one being held. So that will be a G3. Again, like I said, Leo was not being held. We'll see if he boots it here. Donaldson, knee 24, that's 4-7-10. And no, he does not. So it's going to be a G3 with a runner on first. It's not going to be a double play. He will advance. So Donaldson throws it to first for the second out. And Tovar comes up in a clutch situation here. And Jim Cott will be the new pitcher. He pitched in relief in this game in real world. 3 innings. And here's Tovar, grounded to short in the first. Okay, Meyer looks in here. Here's the pitch to Tovar. That's 4-9 right-handed, and that is a base. Oh, that's a re-roll. Look at that. I don't know if you can see it, but just trust me on that. That thing is not flat. So just forget about it. It's a re-roll. House rules. That's a foul ball. Could have been a base hit. Foul ball. Okay, here's Meyer on the pitch to Tovar. That's a 4-8 right-handed. And that's a grounder to short. Kennedy has it, and he throws it over to first. That's the second time Tovar has grounded out to Kennedy at short. The side is retired. It was a 4-8 right-handed. But 3 runs. And a new pitcher for Minnesota. And I'd say Minnesota's back in this ball game. It's a 5-3 game. Jim Cott will come out to take his warm-ups, and while he's doing so, Kathy Harden been so patient with our game, and let's see if she's got that question. You know, Kathy Harden is reliable. And there it is. There it is. Jack Norwith wrote probably the best baseball song ever in 1908 and didn't see a live game himself until a 1940 Cubs-Dodgers game. What song? Looks like me and Bill are going for it. Looks like Bill and I. And I did not know that. And Jeff and Bill get it, and we're going to give another beautiful red mic That is a Mike, that is not an Ike. Okay? That isn't, these come from Mike and Ike's. I wonder, should they be called Mikes and Ikes? But it was an awesome question. It's a great song. It is a song that, first of all, has, you know, I'm not a musicologist, okay, folks, but it's got a great melody. It has great lyrics. And it's interesting how Jack Norwith wrote it in '08. I had no idea it was from '08. And he didn't see a live game until 1940. Jack Norwith. He wrote what's called Tin Pan Alley Hits, which is a sort of a collection of songs that dominated popular music in the US in the late 19th and early 20th century. And he was a songwriter. It's an awesome question. It was number 8 on Songs of the Century, as far as the National Endowment for the Arts goes. Shine On Harvest Moon was his biggest hit. He was part of vaudeville. He died in 1959 at age 80 in Laguna Beach. Jack Norworth. It was actually Jack Norworth. If you bear with me a second here. Great question, Kathy Harden. And well worth the wait. And on that note, we're going to let Jim Cott take his warm-ups. We've only gone 2. It's 5-3 Seattle. And we'll see how Cott fares the left-hander against this Seattle team who has 4 left-handers in their lineup, including Hovley and Mincher, who were due up first. We're going to let Cott take his warm-ups, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. And I'm Jeffrey Guterman, and this is the Strat-O-Matic Network, and we hope you're enjoying this ball game. Jack Norworth. That'll work. Oh. Well, we're back here at Minnesota. I guess it's called Municipal, wasn't it? Municipal Stadium, and there's a new pitcher, and it's Jim Cott, who's been out of the rotation due to an injury, but he has been brought back slowly. And he's going to try to keep the Twins in this ball game. It's 5-3 Seattle after Chance allowed 5 runs, one of them unearned. And we're heading to the top of the third. It's Steve Hovley now. And this will be lefty-lefty. And they're going to have Hovley hit. Jimmy Jam has arrived. We're glad to see you, Jimmy. Oh, God. Another fucking robocall. I don't know how many of you get those, but they've been driving me crazy. I've been getting like a dozen a day. People are trying to lend me money. Okay, here's Hovley stepping in the box here. Jim Cott in to relieve. He relieved in Real World. Here's Cott now. Top of the third, 5-3 Seattle. Here's the pitch to Hovley. That's a 3-7 left-handed. He flies it to left. And under it is Allison to make the catch. That's his second fly out to left. 1 away. And that's going to bring up another left-handed hitter, Don Mincher, who will hit. And here's Cott now. And the pitch to Mincher. That's 3-7, and he flies it to center field for Tovar. Tovar is under it. And he makes the catch. That's 2 away now. And now the catcher, Jerry McNerney. Now he's a right-handed hitter. Here's Cott now. McNerney singled and was doubled up in the first. Here's Cott into his windup, and the pitch to McNerney. 2-8, and there's a base hit by McNerney, his second of the ball game. McNerney, look at him, 20. He had one stolen base in one attempt. It's a long shot. He is not being held. Even though let's figure Cott with a 0 hold, he'd be a -1. He'd be a 1-19, not being held with a lead. Actually, he'd be a not being held. He'd be a 1-19. We're gonna go for it. It's a 2. There's no risk. Nope. So he's not being held, McNerney. On first with 2 outs, and here's John Donaldson. Donaldson, also a left-handed hitter, will hit. And here's Cott now. Here's the pitch to Cott. It's 1-4, and he grounds it to short, and Cardenas fields it on 1 hop, and he throws it over to Killebrew, and the side is retired. So Cott does his job there. It was a 1-4 left-handed. I've always had a tendency toward obsessive thinking, the rumination, the persistent rumination of thoughts, bothersome thoughts, worries, and it's gotten worse, along with my depression, to the point where I don't have, and I don't like to self-diagnose, but I don't have obsessive compulsive disorder. But I have I guess it would be a mild to moderate tendency to have obsessive thoughts and then act compulsively to neutralize them. And it's very painful. It's very, very freaking painful. But who wants to hear about my troubles, right? We're heading to the bottom of the third. It's a 5-3 ball game, and Meyer got tagged for 3 runs in the second on the Whoops. The 3-run home run by George Mitterwald. And we'll see how Meyer fares here. His endurance is the 6. We've got a little coffee left, and we'll make some more. In fact, there is so little left here. Let's see if it's even half a pot. If it's half a cup, it is half a cup. And when that happens, there's hardly any use in putting any milk in it, but we'll just put a drop in. Just a drop. And then we will maybe make more coffee. Pot number 2 will be coming up. Pot number 2. Kathy Harden, and I thank you for your attentiveness. I can't, there it is. Well, oh. There it is. Let's get this while it's hot. It's 5-3, and it's going to be Karl, Killebrew, and Oliva, the absolute heart of this order here. Here's Rodney Carew stepping in here. Rodney flew to left in the first. We have a question, top of the 5th. Awesome. Gives me something to work toward, and that is even getting there. Thank you, Kathy. Here's Carew now leading it off. Twins down by 2 here. Here's Meyer. And the pitch to Rodney. 2-7 left-handed. He flies it to center, and that's going to be for Hovley. Hovley makes the catch. And there's one away. Carew 0 for 2. And now Harmon Killebrew steps in. He flew to left in the first. In that 1-2-3 inning. Okay, here's Harmon now. Meyer. And the pitch to Killebrew. 4-6 right-handed, grounds it to third. And that's fielded nicely by Harper. And he throws it to Minsher for the second out. A 4-6 right-handed. That's 2 away now. So Meyer working himself through nicely through this powerhouse of this portion of the lineup. And Tony Oliva is the batter. Oliva tapped back to Meyer in the second. He's 0 for 1. And this will be lefty-lefty. This may prove to be our quickest inning yet. Here's Meyer now. And the pitch to Oliva. That is 3-7. Left-handed, grounds to second X. Wait a minute. What am I? That was a misread. Oh my. That's a fly ball to center. See how you can do that? Sometimes I correspond the 3 to a 6. And that's weird because it's like, you see what I'm saying? It's like the same kind of location of the row. And that is going to be a 3-7 fly ball to center to retire the side, and there's another 1-2-3 inning for Meyer. That's why I always like to double check the rolls. We've gone 3. Okay. And we're heading to the top of the 4th. And here's Jim Cott now. Cott in his second inning of relief. His endurance is 4. He did a fine job. No runs, the base hit left on. And it's going to be John Kennedy again. So Kennedy steps into the batter's box. He grounded to first in the second. Here's Cott now in his second inning of relief. The wind-up and the pitch to Kennedy. 2-9. He struck him out. And that's the first strikeout for Cott today. One down. A 2-9 left-handed. And here comes Meyer. Bob Meyer. So far, the winner, if he can get to the fifth inning. Bob Meyer. Steps into the batter's box. Meyer reached on an error by Leo Cardenas, a two-base error, and he scored along with Whitaker, who had doubled, and then on that double, the two-base error by Allison. So Meyer steps into the box. Remember, after this inning, you can have another great question from Kathy. I say great because I know it will be. They all are. Learn so much from her. Here's the pitch to Meyer now. Right-handed hitter. That's 3-8. He struck him out. That's two in a row for Jim Cott. 2 away now, and Tommy Harper. Why can't I just muster up courage to face whatever adversity there is? Whatever fucking happens to me and my loved ones, I'll do whatever I can to cope with it and muster up the courage to be strong and courageous and determined rather than overcome by fear. Please, let me find a way. Let me find a way, God, please. Okay, here's Harper with 2 outs now. Nobody on. Jim Cott. The mind can be a very powerful thing if you use it. Here's Cott now. Harper 0 for 2, reached on the error, stole second and scored on the base hit by Whitaker and struck out in the second. Cott, the wind up, the pitch to Harper. That's 4-6 right-handed. Oh my, there is a base hit for Harper. So here we go again. Harper on first with a 2-out single. Remember, Cott is a -1. He's got a pretty good move. Told a 0. He'd be Harper at 1-18. He's being held. He'd be a 1-18, 1-16. And he's going to go for the lead. He's going to go for the lead, 2-6, 11 and 12. And he does not get the lead. Still a respectable 1-15, 1-14. Without a lead, 1-14. 1-10. So he'll hold tight. And here's Whitaker. Whitaker 2 for 2 today. Singled, knocked in Harper, and scored on Walton's home run. And wouldn't that be 2 runs batted in? Oh, that was a triple. I'm sorry. Here's Whitaker now. This is lefty-lefty. Okay, Cott. And the pitch to Whitaker. That's 1-7. Struck him out. He struck out the side. It was a 1-7 left-handed. And that will retire the side. No runs, 1 hit, the 2-out single by Harper held at first and left on. And we're going to head to the bottom of the 4th here. And remember again, this will be a question. After this inning. Oh. Oh. Whoop, excuse me. Oh, Lord help me. Come on. I want to take this chance just to thank you all for hanging out for what is a very leisurely freaking ball game. And Bob Meyer coming out. Again, his first endurance is the 6th. Kathy's question, I will make some more coffee here. Okay, Bobby Allison to lead it off. 2 Bobs here facing each other. Allison walked in the 2nd, came home on Mitterwald's 3-run home run. Here's Meyer now. Two six left-handed. He grounds it to 2nd for Donaldson, who throws to Mincher for the first out. It was a 2-6 left-handed. Non-clutch situation. That would have been a single on a clutch situation. And here's Rick Rennick. Rennick's single came home on Mitterwald's 3-run home run. Here's Meyer now. And the pitch to Rennick. 6'4" right-handed. Grounds to short X. That's going to be Kennedy again, 476. $7-4. It's a G3 pound. Irrelevant. 76. That means if he played every day, he'd make an error every other game, just about. My Lord. E76, 5'10", 11. I bet you that's an error. No, it's not. A nice play by Kennedy. He throws him out on a G3 with bases empty. And that's 2 away. And here comes Mitterwald. Mitterwald with a 3-run home run has brought the Twins back in this ball game. Oh, God. Oh. Okay, here's Mitterwald now facing Meyer. We have a big question after this inning. Mitterwald homered again, the 3-run blast in the second. Here's Meyer. And the pitch to Mitterwald. 4-5 right-handed, he pops it up to short. And under it is Kennedy again. And the side is retired. Another 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be 8 in a row for Meyer. And we've gone 4 innings. And this is a 5-3 ball game. And I want you all now to give your attention here to Kathy here for a great question. Here it comes. Here it is. What team had 49 runs in consecutive games in 1950, becoming only the second team since 1901, the 25 Pirates had 45, to score 20 or more runs in consecutive games? Whoa. I don't know where you get these. Demos goes with Brooklyn. No on Brooklyn. I'm reluctant to take another guess because I don't want to monopolize it, but this was 1950. I know that's going to be a strange, but I'll go with the Whiz Kids. Oh, I figured it was them, yeah. That was too big a hint, Kathy. I was gonna say the Red Sox. You know that? That was something I was gonna say, and Bill Ivamy must have stepped away. It's the Red Sox for sure. Because I'll tell you, if there's any team that Kathy Harden does not like, it's the Red Sox. It's those damn Red Sox. And that was a super question. That was a lot of wins, 49 runs in 2 games, consecutive games. And the Pirates had 45. I wonder if anyone has done so since, Kathy Harden. Since 1950. I wonder. Well, Jim Cott has kept the Twins in this ball game. And he will come out to pitch the top of the, that was a super question, Kathy Harden. And you gave it away, though. Well, that's very generous of you. I'm gonna make some coffee. Second pot. It won't be full. This will just take me a few minutes, hopefully. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. It's 5-3 Seattle. Jim Cott will start his 3rd inning of relief. It's coffee time. Oh my Lord. So, are you talking demos? Is that the game when the Red Sox did that? just watching a documentary about the history of the St. Louis Browns. It's quite fascinating. It's on YouTube. Was that it? Okay. The coffee is brewing, and I'll be back in just a few minutes, folks. And we'll continue this ball game. Oh, interesting. Fascinating that you're able to pick up and acquire that information so readily. Oh. That coffee should be ready. Just about. Hello, JC. Thank you for joining us. It's Jim Cott, his third inning of relief. He pitched in relief and real world in this game, in case some of you are wondering. And we're gonna go get some more coffee as we head in to the top of the fifth, 5-3 Seattle. Sent on the 17th. Oh, God. Okay, here's Cott now. In his third inning of relief, his endurance is 4, and it's going to be Danny Walton to lead it off. Danny Walton. Okay, here's Cott, he's ready. Walton tripled, knocked in a run, and struck out. Here's Cott into his windup and the pitch to Walton. 4-6 right-handed. Oh, there is a base hit by Walton. Second hit allowed by Cott. I'll tell you, I was just thinking Bob Meyer, he did allow the 3-run home run, but he's kept the Pilots ahead here. Now Walton is on. Now he's a Look at that, with no risk to get the lead, makes him 1-19, 1-17 with a lead. We're not going to hold him. It's a tough choice, but I kind of look at it at the average of what's the chance of a 4. And he does not get the lead, and he's not being held. So Walton leads off with a base hit. And here's Steve Hovley now. Oh. Hovley had a sacrifice fly to bring in Walton, who had tripled in the first, and he flew to left twice. Here's Cott now from the stretch. And the pitch to Hovley. That's 210 left-handed, grounds it to short B. When you just have a runner on first, it's the same as basic and advanced. It will be a force. I'll confirm it with you all. But I've learned that much. When you have a runner on first and you have a B, it's a 4, and the batter is safe, the runner is out, going to second, a force play. So we've learned that much. But when you have runners elsewhere other than on first, then, you know, I still haven't memorized it. So Hovley is on, and he's a 1-16, 2-5-12, 1-16, 1-15, 1-13 being held. That's borderline. We'll see if he's being held. No, he's not. So he automatically gets the lead. Whoa. He automatically gets the lead here. One to 15. Not being held. Actually, that is a. He is going to have to be held after all. That is a refiguration, because we didn't realize 1-16, 1-15, and then not being held, he would be 1-15, which is too high. So he is being held. And he would be a 1-16, 1-15, 1-13 with a lead, and we're not going to try. Here's Mincher now. Sometimes I don't figure it right. Oh, God. And here's Mincher now. Hovley on first, 1 out. And Cott from the stretch. 3-9 left-handed, he struck him out. So Cott has been tough. His 4th strikeout. That was a 3-9 left-handed. And Jerry McNerney is the batter. It's 2 outs, Hovley on first. McNerney now. Two for two. Single, doubled up. Singled left on. Here's the pitch from Cott. That's 4-7 right-handed. Oh, there's a base hit to right. His 3rd hit of the game by McNerney. Hovley. 1-14. 1-12. No one being. Oh, he is being held. Look at that. 1-12. 1-11. Wow. He'll hold. That's first and second. He was being held, Hovley. We had a 1-14. Oh, wait a minute. There are 2 outs. 1-14. 1-16. One to 15. But with 2 outs, we'll hold him. And here's John Donaldson. Cott in his 3rd inning of relief. His first endurance would not be until the 6th. And it's John Donaldson clutch situation here. Okay. We'll see you in a bit. We'll look forward to maybe a double shot in the 7th if the time is right. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Some of us have lives that we have to lead. Including errands. It's first and second, 2 outs. And Donaldson at the plate, left-handed hitter. He's 0 for 2. Here's Cott trying to get out of this clutch situation. And the pitch from Cott. 6-9, left-handed, struck him out. Boy, and he is striking him out today. That's the 5th for Cott. And that's going to be no runs. 2 hits and 2 left on a 6-9 left-handed. And we're going to move to the bottom of the 6th. I bet you they're going to have Cott hit. Just as if he were a starter. In the 5th inning, you wouldn't necessarily pinch hit. Not in this day. Not in this day and age. Meyer takes the mound. He'll face Leo Cardenas to lead it off. Leo, right-handed hitter, facing Meyer. Here's the pitch to Cardenas. That's 5-9 right-handed, flies it to left field. And Walton under it, and that is 9 in a row for Meyer. Wow. And Cott is coming up, and he's a pretty good hitter too, a 7 NL. He's as good as a lot of people on the bench, I would say. That's a better card than a lot of people sitting on the bench. So Cott coming in here with 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the 5th, it's 5-3 Seattle. Third of a 3. Twins took the first 2. Oh. Cott is a left-handed hitter. He's got end power. It's reflective on his card. Here's Meyer now. And the pitch to Cott. It's a 3-10. He struck him out. Boy, has he been tough here. And that's the first strikeout from Meyer. Looks like he's just getting stronger. He's retired 10 in order. And here's Cesar Tovar now. Oh, here's Tovar. 0 for 2, Meyer. This is the windup and the pitch to Tovar now. 2-7 left-handed. He grounds it back to Meyer. And he fields it and throws it to Mincher. And wow, that's 11 in order for Meyer. Wow. And we've gone 5. It's 5-3 Seattle. Oh. Okay, Jim Cott now in his first endurance inning of relief. He came in the third. He'll face Kennedy, Meyer, and then the top of the order, Harper. He's kept Minnesota in this ball game. And here's Kennedy now, leading it off, 0 for 2. Here's Cott. And the pitch to Kennedy. That's 4-12 right-handed. He grounds it to short. Cardenas has it, throws it over to Killebrew for the first out. That was a 4-12 right-handed. And now here's Bob Meyer. Meyer 0 for 2. Again, he reached on the two-base error by Leo Cardenas. and then scored on the double and error hit by Whitaker. Here's Meyer now. Caught into his windup and the pitch to Meyer. That's 3-9, and he grounds it to third for Rennick, and he fields it and throws it over to Killebrew for the second out. A 3-9 ground out to third, and that's 2 away. And now it's Tommy Harper. Harper, 1 for 3, reached on the error, stole second and scored. Singled left on in the fourth. He struck out in the second. Here's Cott now. And the pitch to Harper. 5-9 right-handed, fly ball center field, and that's going to be for Tovar. And it's a 1-2-3 for Cott in his first endurance inning. It's a 5-9 right-handed. So we're in the middle of the 6th in an interesting ball game. Oh. Oh. Oh my God. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th. And Meyer, now in his first inning of endurance, he has retired 11 in order. It's going to be the heart of the order again, and it's a big test for Meyer in his first endurance inning. It'll be Carew, Killebrew, and Oliva. All right. Here's Carew now. Big test for Meyer, the windup and the pitch to Rodney. That 6-9 left-handed struck him out. My goodness, 12 in a row. This Bob Meyer has been something. Here's Killebrew. Meyer gets the sign from McNerney, and here's the pitch. 5-9 right-handed, that's a fly to left. And under it is Walton to make the catch, 2 outs. My goodness. 13 in order by Bob Meyer. And here's Oliva. Is that so? Well, you know what's interesting, Joel? He's won 3 games and he was 0 for 3 in real world. He had 5 starts. He has a 3.31 ERA, only 33 innings pitched. And maybe your memory is quite correct, given the pattern he has set here with those 3 wins. Here's Meyer now. The windup and the pitch to Oliva, who's 0 for 2. Is that right? You have a good memory. 6-7. Left-handed, grounds to second X. Uh-oh. That'll be Donaldson, a 424. Oh. $424.24 G1. You know, the higher the better on those. On the single die, 20 dice. 24 G1. And Donaldson is at E24, 5, 10, 13. That could be trouble. No, it's not. He throws him out. And it's yet another 1, 2, 3 for Bob Meyer. And Bob Meyer, 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 in order. I'm going to say that Twain said, always tell the truth and you won't have to remember anything. But then again, on the other hand, can one always remember what the truth is? That's the deconstructionist in me. So we have gone 6, and folks, I'm going to take a break here. I have I have troubles. I have worries. My AC unit is. I have a wall unit. It's acting up. It's doesn't seem to be. The money saver doesn't seem to be working. The landlord claims it's because it's too hot, but it was working fine before. I don't know. I'm afraid how much this will cost me every month, but please don't feed into my worries, okay? Don't feed into it, really. I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. We'll get back to this ball game. 5-3 Seattle, and Jim Cott will come in his second endurance inning. He pitched in relief in Real World in this game, and he's kept the Twins in this ball game. I'll be back very shortly.
For a limited time, save $780 per couple on board Rocky Mountaineer. Explore the Canadian Rockies by luxury train with service as exceptional as the scenery. Learn more at rockymountaineer.com/final call.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter the industry, Granger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh. Oh, gosh. Oh. Folks, I'm going to have to discontinue this game. I am so sorry. It's yet another situation where I'm too disturbed to play. I am so sorry. You all take care. Greetings, everybody. Jeffrey Guterman with the Strat-O-Matic Network. You know, I was maybe thinking of changing the name of this, my channel, to Depressed Gamer, something like that. I know there's the lower, slower board gamer. I know there's a gentleman, very nice gentleman, who has a name like that, but I'll hold off before I make any drastic changes. I am resuming this ball game here. It's 5-3 Seattle through 6. And I ended the broadcast after the 6th inning due to just being too upset. And I'm back here now. Just to let you know. And again, this is my only respite. So I might as well do it, right? The next game on our schedule, which I very well may play today, is a real snoozer, the Phillies at the Expos. Then we have a doubleheader, Pirates at the Mets. Who knows? I might skip the Philly Expo game and go back to it. I don't like to go out of order. I really don't. I don't think I will. But in case any of you are wondering, in this 1969 replay, take a peek at our standings. In the National League, I don't know if you can see that, but the Pirates are 3.5 ahead of St. Louis. St. Louis already played. I'd have to go check. I think they lost to the Cubs. But I'd have to go check. But in any case, yeah, they did. They lost 2 in a row there. So the Pirates need to be swept in order for the Cardinals to move within 2 1/2 games. It's not over yet. In the West, it's pretty much over. Even though it's not mathematically over. best I can. Do the best I can. Just do the best I can. In the American League, it's pretty wrapped up, as you can see. So this is a relatively meaningless game, and but we might as well make the most of it, huh? Or the best of it. And we are in Minnesota. And just to recap a bit what's happened here. The Seattle Pilots got off to a 3-0 lead on 3 runs in the first. Then they got 2 in the second. And Dean Chance, the starter for Minnesota, was knocked out, allowing 5 runs, 1 unearned. Minnesota came back with 3 runs in the bottom of the second on a 3-run home run by Mitterwald. And it's been all scoreless since then. Meyer is pitching amazing. He has retired 14 in order. Meanwhile, Cott is in his second inning of endurance with full endurance, who actually relieved in real world in this game. And Steve Whitaker. And we have Kathy Harden. Good morning to Kathy. And thank you for being here. Well, here's Cott. He's going to face Whitaker to start it off top of the seventh. 5-3. Here's Cott now. And the pitch to Whitaker. This is lefty-lefty. That's 4-3 left-handed. Fly ball right X. And that's going to be for Oliva a 1-7. (13-1). He gets to it on an F2. He's in E7, 5-10-11. And he makes the catch. So Whitaker is retired. And here's Danny Walton, who's having a good game. 2 for 3 today. Tripled homer run. Struck out. He singled and was forced in the 5th. Danny Walton. Okay, Cott looks in. And here's the pitch to Walton. That's 4-10. Right-handed, catcher X. That'll be for Mitterwald. A 3-5. That'll be a 3-3. It's going to be a WG, probably a dribbler in front of the plate without a runner on base. 6-9-10. Mitterwald is a 5. And it looks like he's going to get that. It is a squibber in front of the plate. And Mitterwald picks it up and throws to first to get Walton 2 outs. And here's Steve Hovley now. Hovley is 0 for 2. He had a sacrifice fly in the first. He knocked in Walton, who had triples. This is lefty-lefty. And here's Cott, the pitch to Hovley. 5-7 left-handed, grounds to second X. And that will be for Carew, a 326. .326, 12-3. It's going to be a G2, and that's with 2 outs, nobody on. 6-10, 14, E26, and he throws him out. And that will retire the side. Another 1-2-3 for Cott. And we're in the middle of the 7th. And it's still a 5-3 ball game. Meanwhile, here's Bob Meyer, who has been really something. Again, he allowed the 3-run home run to Mitterwald in the second, but that's been it. And he has since retired 14 in order. And leading it off will be Bob Allison for the Twins. We have a question, top of the 8th. Beautiful. Beautiful, Kathy. We appreciate Kathy Harden. If it wasn't for Kathy, I don't know where I'd be. Probably be much worse off. Okay, here's Allison leading it off, and you will wait for that question from Kathy. It's a trivia question. Allison walked, scored on the 3-run blast by Mitterwald, and he grounded to second. Here's Meyer now with 14 retired in order, and the pitch. That's 6-7 right-handed. Grounds it to second X. And that will be for Donaldson, a 424. $15-4, he gets it on a G2. E24, 7-8, and he throws him out. So Allison is retired, and here comes Rick Rennick That is 15 in order by Bob Meyer. Rennick 1 for 2. Singled and grounded to short. Again, we have a question after this inning. Here's Meyer now. Twins down by 2. And the pitch to Rennick. That's 1-7 left-handed, and that is a liner to short caught by Kennedy. A nice catch by John Kennedy on a 1-7 left-handed. Single 1 to 4-11 on the 20 die. 2 outs now. And here's Mitterwald. He gets a good hand from the crowd. After that 3-run home run, it was his 3rd of the year. Okay, here's Meyer now. The pitch to Mitterwald. That's 4-11. Right-handed. Fly ball left X. Walton a 4-7. Out in left. 4-7. 4-4, that's going to drop in. It's going to be a D2 double for Mitterwald. Let's see if he boots it. Walton, an E7, that's 5-9-11. No, he does not. So it is a double. And that's the second hit, second extra base hit for Mitterwald. And here comes Leo Cardenas, the tying run at the plate. Now Leo does not have, he has W power against left-handers. That's the first base runner since the second inning. Meyer ended up retiring 16 in order. And here's Leo Cardenas now. Again, Cott, about as good a hitter as I guess almost anybody on that bench. He's a 7NRL, 7NL. Here's Meyer now. And the pitch to Leo. That is a 5-6 right-handed. That's going to be a double down the line. Mitterwald will score. And that's going to make it a 5-4 ball game. How do you like that? A 5-4 ball game on 2 consecutive doubles, and suddenly Meyer is 1 hit or walk away from fatigue. Bob Locker their so-called best or ace reliever is warming. He is a right-hander, and he's ready to come in. And believe it or not, it's going to be Cott coming in to hit. Oh, actually, we have Perinoski, don't we? Let me see if we have a pinch hitter worth using against Meyer. Ulander is not much. Left-handed hitter. Nettles a left-handed hitter. They really don't have anybody. Roseboro, a left-handed hitter. Take a look at our call-ups. I don't think there are any. Try to stay calm, Jeff. Nothing immediate. No, there's no call-ups. This may seem very unconventional to some of you, but Jim Cott is coming in to hit. And you hope he lands on his own card. Really, the only people to speak of are left-handed hitters, and I think Cott fares as well as almost anybody. The only right-handed hitter even Charlie Manuel, Franquilisi, a 174 hitter, is available. He's a right-hander. And Tom Tashinsky, a 191 hitter, is available. So we're going to go with Cott again in a 5-4 ball game. And we'll see. Here's Meyer now, trying to get out of this, trying to stay with endurance. One more hitter walk, he is fatigued. Perinoski, Locker warming. Here's Meyer now, and the pitch to Cott. That's a 1-4, and he struck him out. So he maintains endurance, but a run scored off Meyer. We've gone 7, it's 5-4 now. And Cott comes out. This will be his 6th inning, and it is again an endurance inning. He's fresh. We have a question, though. Before we move on, I almost forgot, Kathy. I'm so sorry, it's my distraction. We have a question, a trivia question from Kathy Harden. Now wait for it, please. Here it is. What owner turned down the Oriole offer of $10,000 for Ruth and two others? First of all, Oriole. I don't think Baltimore was even a team back then, were they? Well, the Baltimore Orioles, I know that was the team John McGraw played on in the late 19th century. But I think that team, I don't know, disbanded with the American Association. I could be wrong. Or was... Boy, you got me on that one. And this may have been, I have no idea. Oh, Kathy, I have no idea. Connie Mack. God, I don't know what year that was. I don't know if I have no idea of the context of that question because I don't know what year it was. I don't know. Connie Mack was with the Philadelphia A's. I believe that I believe Babe Ruth came up with the Boston Red Sox in 1914. So is it possible he was playing semi-pro? So 1914, okay, but he was with the Oh, I see. But what team was this? A semi-pro Oriole team offered this money for Ruth and two others, offering it to Connie Mack and the A's. Was he on the? Was this right before he went to Boston? Because that is a you know that my goddamn thing is not working again. Oh, God. I can't even get into anything now. I have to close it all out. I think there's something wrong with my computer. That's just what I freaking need. Just what I need with my depression. Just what I freaking need. I think I have a virus of some type. Gonna go out of my mind, Kathy. Okay. I got it back. Okay. Well, thank you for the question, Kathy. I'm afraid to even look the way my thing has been working. Thanks a lot, Kathy. And thank you for the question. Well, here's Cot now. And it was a fascinating question. I don't completely understand it. If it was Baltimore or Boston, maybe you meant Boston instead of Orioles. Maybe you meant Red Sox, because he was on the Red Sox in 1914. But I don't quite understand it. Oh. Okay, here's Cott now, top of the 8th. And Mincher will lead it off. Cott has thrown 5 scoreless innings. He should have started this game. And here's Mincher. 1 for 3 today. Here's Cott. And the pitch to Mincher. That's going to be 4-7 left-handed. Struck him out. Boy, I'll tell you, Cott has pitched well. 6 strikeouts. When you're depressed, it's so hard to cope, you know, with things like the browser issue. And here's Jerry McNerney now. It's a 5-4 ball game. Twins have come within 1, and they have the heart of their order, top of their order, coming up against Meyer, who already has 2 against him in an endurance inning, with Locker available. Okay, here's Cott now. The pitch to McNerney. That's a 2-3. Oh, he grounds it to first. And it's picked up by Harmon. And he will take it to the bag himself for the second out. And here's John Donaldson now. McNerney was 3 for 3 before that. And there was a wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah, they were part of the International League. I did not know that it was a 2-3 left-handed, grounds to first. I did not know, and that's why I take your question seriously. I don't patronize. I don't just, if I don't understand something, Kathy, it's out of respect. It's not meant to contradict or argue. It's meant to show attentiveness to your question. And they were part of the International League. Maybe he was part of that organization. Maybe he was signed. And maybe this was before the 1914 season. Maybe, oh maybe. I mean, he was from Baltimore, I believe. He grew up in an orphanage in Baltimore. Here's John Donaldson now. Donaldson is 0 for 3. Cott has retired the first 2 here in the 8th. Here's Cott now. And the pitch. That's 1-9 left-handed, and he struck him out. That's the 7th. Whoa. And the side is retired. It was a 1-9. Granted, he's a left-handed hitter, but it was a 1-9 left-handed. 7 strikeouts in 6 innings of relief. Another 1-2-3, and he's retired 10 in order. And I think that this would be just a lovely time for me to take a break. I'm afraid to open up a browser, but I'm gonna do it. Babe Ruth on the Orioles. Yeah, here it is. Babe Ruth's half season with the Baltimore Orioles in 1914. This is from Saber. There you go, Kathy. He was a member of the Baltimore Orioles of the International League. Boy, that is really something. And that's 1914. He's 19 years old. And that's him actually top row in the middle holding the catcher's gear. I don't know why. And so the mystery for me is, actually, this is his team from the St. Mary's Industrial School. That's not even him with the Orioles. And I'm gonna take a break for a few minutes as Bob Meyer comes out. They're gonna let Meyer stay in. That may be a little bit questionable, but he's as good as Locker, and as long as he doesn't reach fatigue, we're gonna let him stay in this game and pitch to the top of this order. I'll be about 3 minutes, folks. You know me. And when we come back, we'll continue this ball game. I'm Jeffrey Guterman, and this is the Strat-O-Matic Network. 5-4 Seattle. Minnesota coming up, bottom of the 8th. Well, we're back here in Studio B, lovely Studio B. And if I wasn't so depressed and preoccupied with worries, I would be embracing this as a incredible ball game. But I can still recognize on a superficial level what a game it is. And they're going to go with Bob Meyer. Meyer's first endurance inning was the 6th. In his second endurance inning, fresh, he allowed 2 doubles and 2 more hits or walks, and he has reached fatigue. Locker is available. If I close that, close some of these applications I have, I might not have these problems. And it's going to be the top of the order, Cesar Tovar, to lead it off. Bob Meyer. Tovar is 0 for 3 against Meyer. Here's Meyer now. And the pitch to Cesar. That's 4-8 right-handed. That's a grounder to short. Kennedy has it. And he throws it out. Hitting all the right spots there, Meyer. That's 1 away. Again, it was a 4-8 right-handed. Now here's Carew. This will be lefty-lefty. You can see Carew is not quite as effective against left-handers. That's outside for a ball to Carew. Meyer. He gets the sign from McNerney. And here's the pitch to Carew. That's 3-5 left-handed, and that's going to be a base hit. So Rodney singles off Meyer, who is 1 hit or walk away from fatigue. On a 3-5 left-handed single, 1-19, 1 on the 20 die. Meyer -2, 1-14, 1-12. that is not even borderline. They're not going to hold him. He'll have the lead with the asterisk. And he is a 1 to 14. Not being held, actually. 1 to 14, I'm sorry. I muffed that up a lot. He will be held. It is borderline. I'm sorry, it's borderline. Not being held. So he is a 1 to 14. That's a long shot there, I think, with Harmon and Oliva coming up. Harmon is the go-ahead run at the plate. They're going to keep Meyer in, a left-hander, even though Locker is a right-hander, because Oliva is a left-hander. Even though he looks pretty damn good against both. Almost better. Oh, it's a crapshoot. Here's Meyer now. Killebrew. Meyer from the stretch. That's 5-8 right-handed. It's a fly ball to center field. And under it is Hovley. And that's 2 away now. A 5-8 right-handed. Killebrew 0 for 4 today. Here's Oliva now. Meyer, if he retires Oliva, resumes full endurance. Meyer from the stretch with Carew on first. Here's the pitch. That's 3-7 left-handed, and that's another fly ball to center. Didn't roll the right numbers there. Would have been a hit against a right-hander. You see that? On a 3-7, under it is Hovley. The side is out and Meyer is refreshed with endurance. And we've gone 8. It's a 5-4 ball game. And here's Cott now. This is his 7th inning of relief. After all, he is a starter. He has full endurance. Okay, here's Cott now. He'll face Kennedy to lead it off, and Meyer comes out on deck. Seattle 5, Minnesota 4. Top of the ninth. Kennedy 0 for 3 today. Here's Cott. Six-nine right-handed, he struck him out. That's the 8th strikeout for Cott today. And he's not even a great strikeout pitcher. 8 strikeouts. Now here's Meyer. Oh. Ah. Oh. Meyer 0 for 3. He reached on the error by Cardenas in the second, which proved very costly. He scored. It was unearned, of course. And that has made, that's part of the difference here. It's 5-4. God. Here's Meyer now facing Cott. The windup and the pitch to Meyer. That's 5-7. Right-handed, he grounds it to second X. That's Carew with 326. .63 G3 pound. With no one on. Irrelevant. 4-7-8-9. And he's at 26. And he throws him out. So that's 2 away. And here comes Tommy Harper. Harper, 1 for 4, reached on an error, scored, struck out, singled left on, and flew to center. Here's Cott. .58 right-handed, grounds it to third. And that's fielded by Rennick, and he throws it to Killebrew. And we're heading to the bottom of the ninth. And this is it. Bob Meyer with full endurance. He'll face Allison, Rennick, and Mitterwald. Bob Meyer, it may not look pretty, 4 runs, but he has really handled these Twins very well. And there it goes again, it won't open. It won't fucking open. There it goes again. It just won't open. My whole thing, the one thing I enjoy in life is not working. My computer. There. If I play with it a little bit. I'm getting so tired of it. Getting so tired of everything. Just fed up. Fed up. Okay. Bobby Allison will hit. They really have nobody to pinch hit here, in my opinion. Okay, here's Bobby Allison now. Facing Bob Meyer, the 2 Bobs at it. I wonder if I need an update. A software update. Nope. It's up to date, unfortunately. Okay, here's Bobby Allison. Meyer is ready. He has full endurance now. The wind up and the pitch to Allison. That's a 5-5. Oh my. Allison has end power against left-handers, and that is gone for a tie ball game. Bobby Allison, look at that, 5-5. Right-handed, end home run 1-16 against the left-hander, and please note he has end power against left-handers, W against right. And Bobby Allison has tied this ball game up with a leadoff solo home run. Wow. Wow. Wow is right, Kathy Harden. Bobby Allison, the favorite of this Minnesota Twins team. He was on that 65 team that won the pennant. A mainstay in the 60s. For Allison, that is number 3 on the year. He only had he had 8, but it was in 189 inning at bats. And he's playing here. That's home run number 3 for Allison. We're going to look at that again just to make sure, because I'm so freaking distracted. I don't know. Maybe I don't have a virus. Maybe it's not a virus. Who knows what it is? A home run by Bobby Allison. Let's look at it again. 5-5, right-handed. There it is. Right-handed and home run 1-16 with the power. He's got the power. It's in against left-handers. And that's going to be it for Bob Meyer. That's going to be it for Bob Meyer. Just an intuitive decision by Seattle. They're going to bring Locker in, a left-hander. Meyer ended up pitching 8 innings. 7 hits. He walked 1, struck out 3. And he allowed 5 runs. And Bob Locker, a left-hander, a right-hander, I'm sorry, will come in. He'll face Rennick, Mitterwald, and Cardenas. Now the Twins have a chance to actually win this here in the bottom of the 9th. It is a 5-5 ball game. Oh, I'm being tested. I am so... If I told you, Kathy, I don't want to upset people. I don't want to say things that are going to make people worry. But I have just about had it. Just about had it. Okay, Locker is ready. And here's Rick Rennick. Rennick is 1 for 3. And Ted Eulander is coming in to hit for Rick Rennick. Ted Eulander. Quillisi would come in to play third if needed, I believe. But Ted Eulander, an unusual. Actually, we'll let Rennick hit. I'm sorry, we're going to let Rennick hit here. Against Locker, the right-hander. Good morning, Ben. A ninth inning home run by Bobby Allison. Here's Rennick facing Locker now. And the pitch to Rennick. That's 6-11 right-handed, flies to center. And under it is Hovley for the out, 1 away. 6-11. Right-handed, that's 1 out. And now George Mitterwald, who's had a game. The 3-run home run in the second, doubled and scored in the 7th. Mitterwald, a right-handed hitter. Locker trying to send this into extra innings. Here's Locker now. Mitterwald at the plate. The wind up and the pitch from Locker. 1-3 right-handed, grounds it to short. And Kennedy has it, throws it over to Mincher for the second out. That was a 1-3 right-handed. And that's going to bring up Leo Cardenas. This is a famous picture of a former millionaire, Champagne Fred Bell, selling apples on a street corner in San Francisco in 1931. He lost everything after the stock market crash. So you wonder whatever happened to him. Okay, here's Leo now. Locker. Leo is 2 for 3. He's got end power against right-handers. Here's Locker and the pitch to Leo. That's 4-4 right-handed. That's a ballpark slash. I think that might be the first slash of the game. A 4-4 right-handed slash. He's a right-hander. And that will go through for a base hit for Leo. So Leo is on. And my general rule of thumb is we'll hit for Cott. Bring in Paranoski. I do that in the 9th in a tie ball game. Oh. It's easy to trip on, Ben. Indeed, you're right. It's easy to trip on. Leo 1 to 13. Locker, by the way, is a 0 -1. So he'd be 1 to 12. He's not being held. And there's going to be a hitter here for Jim Cott. And Cott pitched quite a game. 7 innings pitched in relief of Chance, and he relieved in this game in real world. 4 hits. He retired 3, 6, 9, 12. Is the last 13 batters. He walked nobody. He struck out 8. What a performance it was. And Ron Paranoski the left-hander is warming and ready. They should have started Cott, you're right. I said that. But we go with who started in real world, and it was Chance. And let's see who's going to hit here. This will be Ted Eulander. Ted Eulander for the win. So here's Eulander pinch hitting. The winning run on first Carton is not being held. Eulander has power. He's got end power. I use real world starting lineups, Ben, so that's why I started with Chance. He started this game. So here's Eulander now with a chance here to win it. locker. It's Cardenas on first, not being held, 2 outs. From the stretch locker. That's 212. Oh, he hit him. Oh my. And that was unintentional, I could tell. You're not going to put the winning run in scoring position intentionally. And now it's up to Cesar Tovar, who also has end power. A base hit could win this ball game. Here's Locker now. Trying to send this into extras. From the stretch. The pitch to Tovar. 2-6. He flies it to left. And that's going to be for Danny Walton, who's under it. He makes the catch, and we're going to extra innings. 1 run on the leadoff home run by Bobby Allison. We have gone 9 innings. What a game it's been. I wish I could be enjoying it more. And there'll be a new pitcher for the Minnesota Twins, Ron Perinoski. He's a -1 hold. He'll be -2. We're going to have Perinoski coming in. I'm going to take a little break before we begin the extra innings. I hope you all understand. My name's Jeffrey Guterman, and this is the Strat-O-Matic network. And you know, I'm really thinking of, I hate to define myself, but thinking of renaming my channel to fit more with my, oh God, the way I feel. I can't even appreciate a great game like this. Oh God. I will be back in just a few minutes as Perinoski will face Whitaker, Walton, and Hovley, top of the 10th. I'm Jeffrey Guterman. This is the Strat-O-Matic Network. Oh. I'm gonna make some new coffee. For this. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh. Well, we are back, and there's a new pitcher for the Minnesota Twins, and it's Ron Perranoski, who is well rested. I guess Martin wants to, keep his pitchers in form. The two best relievers on these teams are now at it. And leading it off will be Steve Whitaker. Top of the 10th, it's a 5-5 ball game. Now Whitaker has power against left-handers, and we're going to let him hit against Perranoski, the left-hander. Just waiting for the coffee to brew. Oh. 1, okay. And here we go. Perinoski is ready. Facing Whitaker. He will hit. He's a left-hander. Whitaker 2 for 4 today. Here's Perinoski now. 1-8, left-handed, struck him out. Would have walked him against the right-hander. Here's Danny Walton. Walton, 2 for 4 today. Perinoski, the windup. And the pitch. That's going to be 2-3 left-handed. That's a slash. It's a 19. I think they're going to get that. Right-handed in Minnesota. And yes, it's a liner to short. Caught by Cardenas, 2 outs. And now Steve Hovley. He hit his share against left-handers. He'll hit. Hovley, 0 for 3, had a sacrifice fly. Here's Perinoski now. 3-10, and that's a grounder to third. You see, it would have been out against the right-hander anyway. I like to justify. Picked up by Rennick, and he throws it to Killebrew, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Perinoski. We're heading to the bottom of the 10th. And it will be the heart of the order, Carew, Killebrew, and Oliva. This is a big challenge here for Bob Locker, who is in his 2nd inning of relief. His endurance in relief is 3. And here's Karl, 1 for 4. Left-handed hitter. Okay, here's Locker now. The pitch to Karl. 3-9 right-handed. There's a base hit. So Karl gets his second hit of the game. He's the winning run. 1-16. 1-15. They're gonna hold him. One to 15, and then he would be 1-13 if he gets the lead. So Rodney will not attempt to steal here. Again, as you see, 1-16, 1-15, and then if being held, which he is, with a lead, he's 1-13. That's too not good enough. Killebrew is 0 for 4. He can end this game with 1 swing. Killebrew is 0 for 4 now. Here's Locker. And the pitch to Harmon. That's 5-7 right-handed. Oh, that's going to be a drive hit out into the gap for a double. This could end the ball game. Karl rounding third. He's being held. So that's going to mean when stretching, he's a -1, 1-16, and a 1-15. And I'm going to tell you something. This is one of the toughest calls that I've ever had. Do I send Karl home with the winning run, 1-15, a 75% chance on second and third with 0 outs? Any help from anybody? Again, Karl 1-17, 1-16, and a center field 1-15. Anyone want to share some responsibility here? A 1-15, the game is over. But there are no outs, and it's second and third. Anybody at all. Send him, hold him. With Oliva on deck. If we send him and he's out, Killebrew goes to third with 1 out. This is one of the toughest freaking calls I've ever had. Kathy Harden says send him. We're sending him. Thank you for sharing responsibility. I was thinking of doing it anyway. Here comes Karl rounding third. The throw from Hovley. 1-15. This game is over. And he is out. Thrown out by Hovley, and oh, what a throw it was. Killebrew goes to third. It's okay, Kathy. It's frickin' okay. Maybe I should just look at my problems as practical challenges rather than awful problems. It's okay, Kathy. A fly ball can win this ball game. What I appreciate, Kathy, is first of all you. I value your friendship, your companionship, your caring in general, but also in this one particular, your trivia questions, but in this particular situation that you shared responsibility. Now Killebrew is on third, and Locker needs to keep the ball down. A good fly ball B. Remember, Killebrew, though, is a 1 to 8. If it's a fly ball question mark, then we have another decision. Here's Locker. And the pitch to Oliva. 5-7 left-handed. There is a fly ball to center. That's going to be for Hovley, and that's going to be deep enough for Killebrew to tag, and the ball game is over. No question mark there. As you see, it was a 5-7 hit by Oliva. Triple 1 to 2. It was a 3. It was hit deep to center. Hovley on the B. And it's a walk-off sacrifice fly by Tony Oliva, and the ball game is over. The final, and it's quite a game, Minnesota 6, Seattle 5. Coming back from a 5-0 deficit. Locker pitched 1 2/3 innings, and he gets the loss. He allowed the game winner. The win goes to Perinoski, who pitched 1 perfect inning. The final line. Minnesota 6 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors. Seattle 5 runs, 9 hits, and no errors. So that's going to be the ball game. It was a good game. Yes, a good game, Kathy. I appreciate everybody being here. That is win number 107. For Minnesota. Amazing. They won something like 90, let me see, 1969 AL standings. They won 97 games. They've already won 10 more. than in real world. And this is their 152nd game. They have 10 more games. They could easily win 112 games. I want to thank you all for being here. Stay strong, everybody. Stay well. Kathy Harden, thank you as usual. And I'll catch you all next time. We'll see you later, Kathy.